Good morning, and if you don't stay for the rest of this run, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. My name is RRLAT, and I am speedrunning the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, all endings glitchless, possibly including the art ending if you feel like staying through that. Some runs will not do the art ending, others will. It depends on which marathon I am submitting it to, because the art ending really messes some things up. That's not actually true. The only thing the art ending does is more than double the length of the run, and I don't like that. So this is the story of a man named Stanley who works in an office building and pushes buttons on a keyboard that his computer tells him to, and Stanley was happy. But then one day, something peculiar happened. He had been sitting at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had shown up to give instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. That is the opening narration, more or less. I did memorize the whole thing for a class on voice work, but I can't really give it during the game, and we skip the opening cutscene, so you wouldn't have heard that anyway. This is an experience about Stanley, who I just talked about, the narrator, who I just talked as, and the office that Stanley works in. There are 45 different endings, and I saved the worst for last, meaning the art ending. And all of the other endings are done in the all endings run, regardless of whether you do the art ending or whether it's glitched or glitchless. It's probably a little bit faster to not do the art ending absolutely last, but I want this to also count as a glitchless no art run, because this is my first run with the timer mod, and I will not actually be using the timer mod to do anything other than time the game loadless, because I couldn't get the live split thing to work, and also because I don't want it to count as cheating. So this run is catered towards people who have not played the Stanley Parable before in any of its forms. There was the original Half-Life 2 mod, the Stanley Parable. There was the PC-only, the Stanley Parable HD. This is the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe for PC and consoles. I am playing on PC. Even if you play on consoles, this opening screen still shows it on the computer. That's kind of funny. For the most part, the endings can be done in any order. You will notice that I told the settings at the beginning that I did play the Stanley Parable before. This is true, and for the any percent run, that actually matters, but for this run it won't, because there will be something that I can ignore until my splits say it is time to do it. I have organized my splits in a way such that the order in which we do the endings is catered for someone to learn about this game for the first time. However, I will be doing pretty much anything in it, so if you want to experience this game yourself, play it first. It'll take you like 3 hours if you know where everything is, 6 if you don't. Much more if you do the art ending, because So I'm already dreading doing the art ending, and that isn't for another entire run away. And because the art ending is so long, I have music that I'm going to put on for myself, and I will not say anything into the microphone during that. And I do not expect anyone to actually watch the whole thing because you will not have a good time. If this is done in a marathon with the art ending, there is a strong possibility that we could get someone whose estimate is less than 4 hours and have them do their run while I'm doing the art ending on the side. That's how ridiculous this is. So because I've been talking for nearly 6 minutes, I think it's about time we start with the first ending, the freedom ending, which is what you get if you do everything the narrator says.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
So this game is all about decisions. You
When
decide
Stanley
whether to
came
do
to
what
a
the
set
narrator
of two
tells you,
open
or to
doors,
do the
he
opposite.
entered the door on his left.
There, the two doors room, I entered the door on the left, and so I'm getting off
Yet
one
there
of the
was
left
not a
door
single
endings.
person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase,
You walk fast
Stanley
enough, you can
walked
interrupt
upstairs
some of
to
the
his
narrator's
boss's
dialogue.
office.
And as long as you're doing everything as the story goes, nothing
Stepping
bad
into
will
his manager's
happen.
office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, Stanley was in such a rush to get through the
It's
story as
faster
quickly
to
as possible,
do
he
this
didn't even have
than
a
to
single minute to
actually
just
wait and
let
listen
the
to the
narrator
narrator
talk.
tell you
That
what
kind
the
of
password
anxiety
was.
isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming new age music. Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
I don't like how dark this game can get sometimes. And I mean in terms of the lighting.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
There is I won't say a glitch because people do it in glitchless runs, but it's possible to
Now the monitors
get up on
jumped
this
to life,
railing and walk
their
onto
true
that
nature
balcony
revealed.
before
Each
this
bore
gate
the
opens.
number of an
But I don't want to
employee
do
in the
that
building,
because
Stanley's co-workers. The
it feels like
lives
a
of
glitch
so
to
many
me, and
individuals
also
reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally
I
monitored
don't
in
want
this
to
place
risk
where
falling down.
freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that...
decided that this machine would never exert its power over another human life.
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes! He had won! He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go.
This is fake time
No
loss.
longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do,
PB run
or
does
how to
the
feel.
things in a different
Whatever
order.
life he lives, it will be his. And that was all
Probably
he
gonna be a lot
needed
of
to
fake time
know.
as well.
It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen.
So this all is
And
happening
Stanley
automatically.
Was happy.
As soon as you step through the door. So we escaped. Good job, everybody. And we're back here.
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go anywhere except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
So in the freedom ending, you do everything the
All of
narrator
his
tells you
co-workers
to.
were gone.
For
What
the
could it mean?
gaming ending,
Stanley decided to
let's
go
do
to the meeting room.
everything the
Perhaps he had
narrator
simply missed a
doesn't
memo.
tell us to do. These are most
When
likely
Stanley came to a set
two
of
of the
two
first
open doors.
endings
This was
people
not
are
the
going to
correct way
get.
to the meeting room, and Stanley
Follow
knew it
everything
perfectly
and then
well. Perhaps he wanted to
the
stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
They even give you a chance to.
Stanley was
Go
so
back
bad
on
at
the
following directions, it's incredible he wasn't
But
fired
I'm
years
not
ago.
gonna do that.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've
The
gotten
sign
off on the
said
wrong foot here.
penalty for
I'm not your
using
enemy,
the cargo
really, I'm
lift.
not. I realize
without
that investing
permission,
your trust in someone else can be
$1,000.
difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing. What? Really? I was in the
Danger.
middle of something. Do you have
Danger
zero
everywhere.
consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map, because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing, because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what, let me take a stab in the dark at a new design and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here. Okay, so we're getting somewhere. Clearly there's something here that speaks to you. If I can be honest here, I really don't have any idea where I'm going with this. This whole third door thing was just a stab in the dark.
All
But I
three
guess
doors
you're
lead
into
to
it,
this
so
room.
let's keep this party train rolling. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look. Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest
Competitive
answers,
leaderboard
please.
puts you last place
Hey,
out
I
of
nearly
like
forgot. I've got a prototype of the new game I've
16,000
been
people.
working on, and now
Something
would
like
be a
that.
lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting.
The one right
You
above
wouldn't
you
mind
is
taking
like
a look at it, would you?
a rat.
Perfect. Let me boot it up.
Anyway, now it's time to go to another game. In the original,
In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and
This
if he
game
reaches the fire,
is
you
insufferable.
fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you
Can't
give
wait
it
to
4
play
hours
this
of
for
play
about
to make
4
sure it's
hours.
effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience. You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game, just to ease the pain? Let's see. What do we have here? Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
Welcome to Firewatch.
Aha! Fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation? Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
In the actual game of Firewatch, you are not a creep, but you have the option to be rude to people who call you a creep.
No, it can't be. It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off.
Whoa!
Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You really wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any...
This isn't even an open world game.
Thank heavens we
There's
avoided it.
still
We're
a
out of the
linear
woods now,
story to
Stanley.
follow.
Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable
the original,
walls.
the Stanley Parable HD, you get taken to Minecraft as the open world
I
game,
think this will be just
and
the thing.
then you get taken to Portal.
Wonderful. See, this is
Here,
exactly what I had in mind.
you get taken
Just
to
a nice
Rocket
big
League.
box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley,
wait to
if
get
you
lost
manage to
here.
get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed.
Only there was a way to go
Okay,
fast,
so
it
what
was
exactly
really
do we do
slow.
here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together. Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun. Hold on. What are you doing? Stanley, don't do that. I can't.
We have landed in the original Half-Life 2 mod, albeit much dark. Oh, wait, where am I? So the narrator can't follow us down here into the original version. I wish this was more brightly lit, but what we do here is enter original 427 and then go back out and then cut to black.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it, down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
You know what? I kind of feel bad for disobeying him. Let's
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
get back on track. Isn't there?
Wow, yes, this room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track. But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake. No, not the
Doors
right.
closed before
Why would I have ever said it was to the right?
walk through them.
What was I
But
thinking?
I was right behind
it's
the
clearly...
left door.
Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please? Now, let's see. We went down right, left,
So
down,
in this ending,
left,
we kind of get
right.
lost,
Yep, okay, yes.
and then we
I've got it now.
lose the
This
plot,
story
both
is
figuratively
absolutely,
and
definitely
literally.
this way. No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay,
I made sure we did the freedom ending first, so this would not be, in fact,
oh,
a
who am I
spoiler.
kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so
sounds like a
far
good
off
idea.
track,
Let's do that.
Okay, from the top. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
Are we having fun yet? That would probably get a reaction if there was a crowd here.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
This is the only ending that restarts.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Ending.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
I'm never sure if doors open out or in, and if they open out towards me, then
Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes. No, wait, never mind. Not the story.
dead end.
Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps. Now this... Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job. Oh, no, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
Here we go again.
All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that? You see, the line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood. Wait, cut the music. Go back and look at that fern. Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? Oh, no, not again. Line, how could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart. You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something
If a
exciting,
door opens outward
daring,
into
mysterious.
you and it hits you, it won't open
this
all
all
the way,
sounds
so you have to go
perfectly
back and
doable.
then go
Why don't
forward
we
and
simply
use
start
time.
wandering in, well, I
Stubbornness.
don't know. How about this direction? Now, yes, this is
Music is really
exciting.
fun, but it's
Just
also
me and
kind of
Stanley
loud.
forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild.
to know how you
Use
code
your imagination.
non-Euclidean
Whatever it might be, Stanley,
things
I'm
like this.
ready for it. Oh,
see how
no,
many
not you
breakthroughs
again.
we made immediately
Stanley,
after each other?
I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
The line goes back up into the ceiling.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here,
ready
the
for more
story is
things
in
that don't
our
make sense?
control. How important
Is
we mustn't
what I could
squander
say
the
at any point
opportunity.
in this
In fact,
video.
I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead
actually have to
somewhere,
walk in circles.
which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits. Oh, hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes?
So this wall makes it look like
It's all
both doors in that
determined?
circle, walk in circles room would lead
So
here.
now, according
but
to the
actually,
schedule, I
if you
restart again. Then what?
Use
Am I
cheats
just
or
supposed to
something
forget?
open the left
Well,
door,
what if I don't want to
you end
forget?
up in the same room
My
again.
mind goes
That's
blank simply
weird.
because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us?
There's going to be a loud
Will something
sound
happen?
really soon, so cover your ears.
So, okay. I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story, wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually.
I think.
Well, in the meantime, if you...
That's what it was.
How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted.
This is
When
the
Stanley
first
came to
new
a set of
ending.
two open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting
Game.
room, and Stanley knew
There are
it
a lot of
perfectly
new ones
well.
that didn't exist
Perhaps he
in
wanted to
Stanley
stop
Parable
by the
HD,
employee lounge first,
and the
just to
archive
admire it.
ending, also
The
called
lounge
Event
was
Ending
sublime,
by
a work of
someone
art.
probably.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
In the any percent run, this
Stanley
is
was
the
so
first
bad
ending
at following
you get.
directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
I think that might technically be a glitch or something. I'm not sure.
Stanley had now gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten. You didn't think I was actually just a recording, did you? What a silly and trite explanation that would be. All the back and forth between you and me, all the absurd adventures we've been through, and it all turns out I'm just a tape recording? It was all just in Stanley's head. I bet that's the kind of twist you think is revelatory. I bet each and every time you watch a movie where it turns out all to be in the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off the couch in pure shock at the phenomenal and intricate storytelling. It must be so simple to be you. Life being an unending waterfall of surprises and delights. How much more exciting you must find the world than the rest of us do. Now I've become sad. Look what you've done to me. This is all your fault.
The next two endings are a lot like the first two
All of his
endings.
co-workers were gone.
Well, the
What
first
could
and
it
third
mean?
endings we did.
Stanley decided to go to the
But,
meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
We do one thing different. Either we... In this one, we do everything
When Stanley
the narrator
came to a
says,
set
and
of
then
2 open doors,
suddenly
he
don't,
entered the door on his
and
left.
for the other one, we don't do anything the narrator says until
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway. Quelle surprise.
eventually, I didn't think it would be that early, but if you go to the boss's office enough, the narrator doesn't even pretend that you...
Stanley walked straight
wait
ahead through the
for
large
narrator to
door
tell
that
him
read
the,
Mind Control Facility.
If you do wait till after he tells you 2845, he says,
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television
it?
screens. What horrible secret
gets
did
the
this
front door by
place
sheer luck.
hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't
Even though I
accept
am
it. His
playing
own
the Stanley
life
parable
in
over
someone
Deluxe
else's
right now,
control?
my,
Never. It was unthinkable,
perhaps
wasn't it?
most well-known
Was it even
who's
possible?
running the Just Dance
Had he
series.
truly spent his entire life utterly
There is
blind
a
to the
song that
world?
you may know that
But here
in
was the proof,
DLC
the heart
for
of
Just
the
Dance 4
operation.
and Just Dance
Controls
2014
labeled with emotions,
called
happy,
Funhouse,
or sad, or
I think.
content. Walking,
This is-
eating, working,
I have no idea
all of it
if you will get
monitored
that
and
reference or not,
commanded
but
from
if
this
you do,
very place.
I think
And as the
you know
cold
what's coming.
reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this... Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take
I don't
control of the
actually have to
machine
do
for
anything
yourself.
for the
Is that
rest
what
of
you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are said to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say
Pink says
2 minutes.
it's time to start the
Now this is
countdown.
making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley?
burn it
It's
down.
your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this
So you
is
can go
much
back in the
better
other
than what
room
I had in mind.
and
What a
do
shame
stuff,
we have
but
so little
I
time
know
left to
how
enjoy
to,
it.
so I won't.
Mere moments
here,
until the bomb
drink my
goes off. But
water,
what precious moments each
drink
one of them
my
is.
snacks,
More time to talk
because
about
those are
you, about
three most
me,
important things to
where we're
have during a
going,
speed run.
what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock, why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees.
There's
Oh
no way
dear
to
me, what's the matter,
not
Stanley?
do that.
Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button,
There is no
or
way
this
to turn off
door.
the timer.
Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here, just you being blown to
Again,
pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life? Or will you
move
let
away
it go
from your
peacefully?
computer,
Another
once
choice.
the timer is
Make it
done.
count. Or
Come
don't.
back
It's all
once
the same to me. All a
loading
part
screen
of the
appears.
joke.
I won't say
And
anything.
believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever up. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
So now I'm thinking maybe I should have done the apartment ending.
When Stanley
before
came to
the
a set of
game's
two open,
ending,
this
the
was
game's
not the
ending,
correct way to the
whichever one we
meeting
called it.
room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Standing now in this incredible room, Stanley but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Because the apartment ending is what happens if you don't jump
Stanley
off
was
the
so
car
bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
And the penalty for jumping off
Look,
the car
Stanley,
is
I think perhaps we've
$5,000,
gotten
so
off on
it's-
the wrong foot here. I'm not
That's
your
how much I
enemy,
had to
really,
pay
I'm
to
not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone
Rocket
you've
League.
been neglecting, Stanley.
And
Someone you've forgotten about.
and the
Please,
original Half-Life.
stop trying to make
Yes.
every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me. This is it, Stanley. Your chance
Fast
to
to cut that
redeem
corner, but I
yourself.
really don't want
To
to
put
fall
your work aside. To let her back into your life.
This is
She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this. To reach out to her.
answer the phone.
If you can truly...
They're So this one's also sad.
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Gotcha. Oh, come on.
We try to go that way.
Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here. This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley. Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence. Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do.
If you don't have simplified controls
now
turned
he's
on,
pushing a button.
it will
now
ask you
he's eating lunch.
for different buttons.
Now he's going home.
Don't think
now
there's a
he's coming back to
definitive
work.
order for.
One might even feel sorry for him,
So it's best
except that he's
just
chosen this
set
life.
it to simplified controls and always press E.
But in his mind, in his mind, he can go on fantastic
There's no way to advance
adventures.
this without
From
pressing
behind
the
his
buttons you're
desk,
told to.
Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful. And each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him. And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly. So he went further. He imagined that he came to two open doors and that he could go through either.
7.5 hours
Last
speed.
choice. It barely even
Why am I
mattered
doing
what
this
lay
again?
behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold. As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable. It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time. But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one. And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it. You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself? I suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules.
So there are a
I
couple
simply play to my
contradictions in
intended
various
purpose,
endings.
the same as Stanley. But not so different, I
On the
suppose.
origins of
I'll try once
Stanley
more to
the narrator
convey this
or
to him.
The Stanley
I'm
Parable.
compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried. How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted. When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
This ending is all about timing, so let's see if I can get...
Yet there was not a single
timing
person
first
here
try.
either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his
This
boss's office.
is the only left door ending in which it actually matters that you don't...
Here's the door.
Okay, second try. I usually get it second try. Very interesting on how it... But you'll notice the narrator got kind of cut off and is not saying anything about the situation, which is a bit peculiar. But let's just go back. If you went through the right door and then through the maintenance room, this door would be closed and you'd be soft locked. Oh, that door is open suddenly. What is in here? Gasp! A loading screen? Yes. Just like everything else, I think we found a way to escape the game. It's the escape pod on floor 760. I don't know why this office building has the 400 level floors on floor 754, or why it has 760 floors in the first place, but that's where escape HUD is. That sign down there says both Stanley and the narrator have to be present. And the narrator hasn't said anything. I wonder if he's not actually present. Which makes me wonder what's about to happen. You know what? I've been ignoring it for too long.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
What's in this door?
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
This is basically a cutscene for a while. All the cutscenes, well, not all of them. Most of the cutscenes are playable. But they're all auto-scrollers, like this. Shut up now.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content. Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure. Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it. I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley. All right, let's see. It's the jump circle?
There's a glitch.
Is that it? Surely
where
that's not all the new
you
content.
pause
There
the-
has to be something else, right? Goodness. Another
If you
elevator.
pause the
Stanley,
game while
I have
on
to
the
say,
border of the jump
initial
circle,
impressions of this
or
game
if
are
you
not
restart the
positive.
game while
It's just
inside the jump
elevators and
circle,
jumping.
you will get what is called
Is this
jump
what passes for
surge, and you'll
exciting
be
new
able to
content?
jump
If this is new content, then I could
outside
just
of the
read you
jump
the whole
circle.
dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I
However,
could
this is a
count to
glitchless
30
run, so I'm not going to
trillion.
do that.
You could put that on the
Also, I'm not
box.
good at it.
The
Also,
Stanley
it's 5
Parable
minutes.
Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh wait, there's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is. That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality
true.
assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter
There
and
are
hold
even,
them personally accountable.
on the consoles.
It's my fault, Stanley.
Well,
I
actually,
built up too
I
much
think it's just the
anticipation
Switch.
around
The
the new
Switch is the only
content,
console
I'm
that doesn't
afraid.
have
It
achievements.
could
But
never
on
have
the
lived
Switch
up to
version
such
of this game,
expectations.
there are
If you're still
in-game
with me,
achievements,
why don't we just
including
reset
such
the
achievements
game
pleasing.
and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
Oh, what?
Psst! Stanley! Come over here! In the vent! I want to show you something!
So this is not the vent ending. It is instead,
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look. I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC. You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley... And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless
basically what the
husk
negative review
with an
of this
hour of
game
new
on Steam
elevator content. Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories. These were simpler times, Stanley, but I wouldn't give to go back to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here? Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's being
I
collected
don't know
down
about
here.
the other consoles.
Surely these reviews
but
were
on the
glowing
Switch
as well,
version of
weren't
this
they?
game, instead of Steam, It's called Pressurized Gas.
Honestly,
and
I could
think
not be
that's
bothered
funny.
to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them. Okay, let's see what
Yeah,
this one says.
The original endings
While the
didn't
idea
really
for the
have
game
that
is
many
good,
jokes.
for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Oh, dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button.
I wonder if these are real reviews.
A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
Careful what you wish for, 'cause you just
And
get
here it is. Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue. Well, there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption... Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well,
repeat.
I want to say maybe
enough
30,
time if you don't
45...
press the skip button.
Stanley,
there's no way to
please don't push
get
the
this
button
ending
again. It's
without
been 12
pushing the button a
hours.
bunch.
You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're... Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to
I already
again.
lost count of how many
Stanley,
times I pressed the button,
I
but
think it's been a week.
press it a total
Or
of
2
8
weeks.
times.
Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about...
Maybe it is more than 8.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed.
Where are the jokes?
The end is never the end, 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 is never...
I mean, the confusion ending is pretty funny. The gaming ending has some jokes, and the serious ending is the funniest ending in the series, even though that's not in this game. But if you can't tell from the fact I have an entire segment that's half an hour long about the silly endings, there are going to be some jokes in this here Ultra Deluxe game. Or this is the last one, I think. The narrator doesn't start talking immediately, then... Oh, no. I think someone calculated how much total time passed with the skips, but I don't know how much it was. Oh, look, sunlight. Also, eventually the door disappears.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
We had new content, now get ready for...
Oh, good. You noticed my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
So if you've heard anything about this game, you might have heard of the specific object, and I'm going to collect that object.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Welcome to the Stanley Parable 2.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Could you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect
That is the extent
solution.
of the dialogue.
Come on, give it a try.
Falling without a pain and
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort,
ending.
even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
I already feel much better.
Does anyone give out awards for... Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
Hours. Not the next 4 hours, but spending the last 4 hours playing that baby game again. how you get the art ending.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward. You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we... Great! Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel. Okay, and I guess we're back in the hole now. Did you really need to see it again? I don't know what else there is to say, Stanley. It's an infinite hole. It's exactly what you're doing right now, but forever. There really are so many other fascinating exhibits that I prepared for you. I really spent quite a lot of time on all this, and I would very much like to show you some more of them. How about we go ahead and press that teleport button again, so we can get back to what's really important about... Oh, goodness. Well, this is rather embarrassing, Stanley. I'll be honest with you. I truly did not believe that anyone would actually stay in the hole long enough to hit the bottom. Yes, I know, I told you the hole was infinite, but come on. Who actually wants to fall forever? The hole was plenty deep. It was more than deep enough, in my opinion. Maybe it's you who likes falling too much. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the whole...
I may be running the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, and I may be most known for Just Dance, but
if that works for you, then go ahead and press the... Oh, for heaven! You see, I was right. The problem is
Mario series game.
The problem is that you like holes too much.
Through holes.
A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there it is. How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on. Is the, teleport button not working? You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
So, now that we're in the hole forever, I have time to talk about the other exhibits here that we're not going to see. There was the jump circle, which is pretty much the only one that works. The hole is not actually an infinite hole, and it gets less and less infinite, and then the teleport button doesn't even work. There's a button that says the name of the player playing the game, but right now it only says Jim. There's a machine that gives you the test achievement, please ignore, but that machine doesn't work. There is the reassurance bucket, which isn't helping my nerves, but again, I think that's just caffeine. There's what is happening. There's the teleport button yet. A bug, at least in this version of the game, even though they're all labeled as E, E doesn't activate them. It's F, H, and the next one is J. Love this effect. If we try to come back to the hole after the start, the door will be closed and we can't enter, and I think it's funny.
Stanley?
Same
Stanley!
thing happens with,
Stanley!
bucket.
Oh, good, you're awake.
Can't get a
It
second
seems you had
bucket.
sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodle-pip.
Doodle bit. If I'm even conscious by the end of the run, that's how I'm gonna end off.
Go on, try out some of the new features.
The one other thing we need to get is the collectibles. Can we find them?
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your
One.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think?
If you try to go to the exit without picking up the
But
bucket,
all right,
the
have
narrator
you seen
will put up a
everything you
brick wall
wanted
and say,
to?
"Are you
Ready
sure
to move on now?
You really want to check out that bucket?" But I already checked out the bucket, so I'm not getting stopped by bricks.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay, are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2. Well, I mean, there's potential here,
That
right? It's
text
sort
thing
of...
says
Okay, never
epilogue.
mind.
That's
Hold on. Let me do a
also
different
something that the Stanley
arrangement.
Parable 2 is going to have.
Okay, yes. Yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2.
There are 2 holes.
Who am I kidding, Stanley?
And one of them
This
is
isn't a
inside the jump
coherent
circle.
video game at all. It's a lot of
And
gags.
even glitchless.
And I do very much
you would be
enjoy
able to
creating
get out of
gags, but
the
they don't
hole
add
if
up
it
to
becomes
anything.
That
I wanted more than
infinitely.
anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Welcome to the Stanley Parable 2.
All of his co-workers were gone.
Exactly like
What
the
could it
original
mean?
Stanley Parable.
Stanley decided to go to the
More
meeting room.
gags.
Perhaps he had
Like the
simply missed a
bucket.
memo. Stanley
Which I
felt the
didn't
bucket
pick up yet.
calling to him, begging him to pick it up. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
So in the
Perhaps he
game's
wanted to
ending-
stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
In the gaming ending,
Stanley
you go
felt
through
lightheaded, butterflies
the
in his
blue door
stomach, but
3
eager to
times
get
and
back to
never go
business,
through the
Stanley
red
took the
door.
first open door on his left.
So what happens if you do go through the red door?
Stanley was so bad at following directions,
Well,
it's incredible
You
he
get
wasn't
the
5
biggest
years
sad
ago.
in the entire game. Of course.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about... What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for
There is a
others?
safer
Are you that convinced that I
do it,
want
but-
something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The 2 of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped.
And I'd be happy
And
if
I think,
stop this run.
well, I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you. What do we want? What are we looking for? Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? No, wait. Where are you going?
My secret weapon, the skip button.
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself. That's all I need. If I can make it through. Stanley picked up the bucket.
I forgot the Figly.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Okay, so the collectibles.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd... Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation. You found one of them. one of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
So unfortunately, there are no other endings in which I can get that.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
This one is an auto-scroller once we get past this. Oh, okay. Oh. There we go. I think.
But just as Stanley was about to proceed further into the mind control facility, he tripped and fell over the railing and into the dark void below. Thankfully, he fell directly onto the bucket, which safely cushioned his fall. Now, what to do next, Stanley wondered. Stanley and the bucket could find no way out of this enormous pit, and so eventually they decided that the best thing to do would be to simply get comfortable down here. So they set up a little couch and relaxed. It really wasn't so bad down here, a bit cold perhaps. After some time had gone by, they installed a few shelves as well, and a sort of kitchenette that was useful for when the bucket was craving paninis. But it wasn't until the rugs and the standing lamps came in that it really started to feel like a home. In fact, after some time, Stanley realized that it had been ages since he had even thought of the mind control facility at all. He'd never gotten to fully explore what was up there, never been able to unearth the many mysteries of the mind control facility. This lack of closure began to eat at him. Soon he was dwelling on his regrets, and the state of their home slowly decayed as Stanley became withdrawn and neglected the cleaning. It unsettled the bucket deeply. Stanley wasn't usually like this. The bucket tried to reach out to him again and again, but to no avail. All Stanley could think about, all he could talk about, was going back, doing it over again, staying on the path. It was a mistake to leave the path. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. I need to do what the narrator says. I need to see the true ending. This made no sense at all to the bucket, which was simply trying to live its life down here as comfortably as possible. Yet Stanley was unconsolable. This isn't an ending. This is just a hole in the ground. The bucket sighed. True, it wasn't an ending. But it's where we happen to be. And maybe, possibly, if we accept the reality of things, maybe this will become an ending eventually. It's what the bucket was counting on. The two of them waited for a very long time.
Maybe the true ending was the friends we made along the... I am so sorry.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of two open... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Back on track.
The lounge was grand, majestic. Perhaps, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Not gonna lose that much time. Yeah, I am.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that but in his eagerness...
You know what? I shouldn't have reset there.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. And here it was,
This is still
the
going to get record
lounge.
probably.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about— What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley figs? What
If I
about
get the cold feet ending first try,
Stanlerines?
that'll save
Yes,
time.
I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Every time we collect them, it becomes a new, the narrator.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting. Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
The input received is, the payoff for that is going to be one of the last things we do.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his— This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else.
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
This is the short hallway, the best.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Oh, well, look who's got cold feet. Sorry to break it to you, Stanley, but that lift isn't coming back. You'd best either get comfortable right here on this platform, or test your luck by jumping to the floor below. Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me. Whoops. Looks like I was wrong. How clumsy of me.
Getting the Stanlerine,
The meeting room. Yes, that's where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room. The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
Getting the Figley
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room,
the rest of the
but Stanley
dialogue
had
that you have
felt
to
the
wait
bucket
through.
calling to him, telling
if you
him
hit the ground
that the
before the
employee
narrator
lounge
finishes
was
his
simply the
dialogue,
place
look
to
who's
be.
got cold
And here it was. Had the
then,
bucket turned out
you'll
to be
get the
correct?
powerful
No,
ending again.
never mind.
So if
The
I can
bucket was wrong.
get this first try, it'll be a time
Stanley
save,
took the
I
door
think.
on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift.
Oh, well, look who's got cold feet. Well, from here, it looks like the only way forward is down, since the lift won't be coming back, but that's okay. You've got a bucket. Did you know that buckets are routinely used as cushioning devices? It's true. You can fall on a bucket from literally any height and survive. Whoops. Looks like I was wrong. How clumsy of me.
Nice.
Warmth
Slightly less
spread
nice.
through Stanley's arms. With Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping...
We'll get it here. So, you may have noticed, or you may already know, but in case you don't, every ending that you can get, you can now get with the bucket. So here we are getting the escape pod ending with the bucket, and why is it so yellow? Why am I able to get the new content again? That seems... Wait a minute, that's because it's because I got the short haul opening. That's so interesting. Somebody tell the speedrun community. So every ending you can get without the bucket, you can also get with the bucket. But the endings are changed to talk about the bucket. So every ending you've seen already, except for the sequel, new content stuff, different holding the bucket. Some more than others. Like this one is near identical to the escape pod ending that we did already. Can't see anything, help. The text down there still says you need both Stanley and the narrator for that. Still don't have the narrator, but this time we have the bucket. This is a cutscene. It's a good thing I don't work in an office because I would have made so many jokes about my own office.
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
I didn't even think about that.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
The ending you get after...
Stanley stepped into the broom closet,
That's the
but there
broom
was
closet
nothing here,
ending.
so he turned. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figurines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it.
You can't
We'll be
use the
different people by
bucket.
then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figurines. None of us can. But Stanley just couldn't do it.
You can't get the bucket on the ending after the sacrifice
All of his
ending.
co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Get a
Perhaps he had
replacement
simply...
bucket. The
And
narrator
try not to
says,
lose this one too, you dolt.
I don't even remember. Dismissed.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Says set to short haul because
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
the button I have
Stepping
on
into his
live
manager's
split
office,
to,
Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
You can't get the bucket right after the sacrifice ending.
Wait, Stanley said to the bucket. Can we go back up? When I was pressing those keypad buttons, there was something very intriguing about the number 3. I want to go back so I can try pressing the number 3 again. The bucket said nothing.
This is also a new Ultra Deluxe ending, even without the bucket.
Here we are, said Stanley. Now I'm going to try out that number 3 button. He took the... Wow, he said. The number 3 is such a special button. I'm having the time of my life. Stanley looked expectantly at the bucket, but the bucket remained silent. This was a shock to Stanley, who had always felt such... Perhaps the bucket had missed something. Perhaps it had not seen... After taking some time to show the bucket around the boss's office, Stanley... No, said Stanley to the bucket. You can't go on yet. Not till you understand how much the number 3 means to me. You and I have been through so much together, and I just want you to see what I see. Feel the happiness I feel.
So
He
the broom
smiled
closet
at the bucket,
ending.
and the bucket said nothing.
It's the narrator doesn't say anything about the broom closet, so you, the player, have no motivation to go in the broom closet. If the narrator had said something, then you would have, but you didn't.
Here we go, said Stanley.
So.
This time I'll really show you. He ran to the number 3 and began to wail on it like a musician on a beloved instrument, weaving a concerto of truth and passion. He wielded the number 3 like a fine artist would wield a paintbrush. He told stories through the number 3, stories of his dreams and hopes and fears. And the whole time, he looked to his bucket for a reaction of some kind.
It's really funny.
Anything to let him know that the bucket
and it's considered an
appreciated what he
ending,
was doing.
But
The bucket conveyed absolutely nothing at all, only silence. Crushed by a wave of dejection, Stanley returned to the elevator. Stanley and the bucket were so close. They'd always been there for one another. Why suddenly could the bucket not connect with this passion of Stanley's? The question caused Stanley to ruminate the whole way down the elevator. He knew that there must be a way to get through to the bucket, to communicate fully with his dear friend. Surely there was a solution, mustn't there be?
Just forgot. We do stay in the broom closet a little longer with the bucket because somehow that is 2 separate endings.
"Ah," said Stanley. "I know what to do. I know how to fully express this feeling in my heart." He decided right then and there that he would hold a press conference where he would speak to the public on all matters relating to pressing the number 3 over and over. He would elaborate fully on what the number 3 meant to him and why he felt so alive when pressing it. Then the bucket would be able to see his joy through the eyes of others. It would get to see the world react to this discovery of Stanley's. And it would be through the public
Can't press
eye
the number 3
that the
on my own
bucket
keyboard
would
because that
finally
resets the time.
understand Stanley's work. For months, he advertised and marketed his press conference, building excitement around it, developing and rehearsing it until it couldn't be refined a single measure further. When the big day arrived, Stanley was as prepared as he'd ever been for anything in his... This was it. One last chance to win the bucket over. One opportunity to share a true connection with a loved one. There was no one here. Nobody had come to the press conference to hear Stanley speak, to listen to him talk about what it really means to press the number 3 on a keypad over and over. He was unloved, uninteresting, he was a failure, and in that moment Stanley knew that the bucket would never again take him seriously. There would be no connection, no deeper understanding. The bucket merely sat there in his arms, indifferent. And so it began that slowly, over many years, the two of them grew more and more distant.
In
They
this speedrun, you're
spoke
allowed
less
to
and
leave
less,
the
neither
broom
wishing to
closet
state
as
the
soon as the
obvious,
narrator starts
that any sense of real respect between them
bucket, you
had
have to stay for a bit
eroded
more
since
until
that
something
day at the press conference.
specific happens.
There would be no more games, no more long conversations about passion and pursuit, only a silence
Most
that
of the time,
consumed the
loss here,
space
if any, is
between
gonna be fake time
friends.
loss because
And
I got
Stanley,
the,
having for once in his life discovered the warmth and comfort of true companionship, was cast back into the unremarkable normalcy of loneliness.
sad. So we skipped the insanity ending. Let's skip the
meeting room.
other insanity
Yes, that's
ending.
where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room. Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I think it only does that when you have.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered all of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meet. The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket. Off on another thrilling adventure together. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Remember in the confusion ending, there was
Oh, good,
music
Stanley.
when
I'm
followed
glad
the
you
adventure
found your
line?
way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually. You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well. Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
That's from the Broom Closet ending.
It's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something. Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket.
Dun, dun.
That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me, it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree? Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley.
Try to give me
Say
bucket.
goodbye to the
Stanley.
bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready. Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The Broom Closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this.
You can't see it, but
Okay,
I'm
the
wearing
Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to
That's the
hurry
joke
and
that we
feed it.
went through.
We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
And that was the first time I've ever been to an intervention.
The Bucket
Yes,
Destroyer, my prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
If anyone else is having an energy drink, pour one out for the Bucket Destroyer. Or just for an excuse to not drink all that caffeine, because oh my goodness. I'm just jokes, of course.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting. Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be... Stanley
You know a
clutched
word I
the
don't
bucket
like
tightly
anymore?
to his... This
That's
was
got
not the
worn out from
correct way to the
overuse.
meeting room. But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was.
Quiet
Had the
so I can-
bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind.
The word is lore.
bucket was
I don't
wrong.
like that word anymore.
Stanley took the door on his
However-
left to go back to the meeting room.
Time to get some of it out.
No,
Bucket.
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes.
What?
Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Now let's get so far off the beaten path it seems we always had begun. This is a cutscene. I can't do anything here, so I'll just let you listen.
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down, it doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there?
Scary.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the a good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture
Oh, this is the
and
long
distinction.
hallway. This is the slowest. I mean, this area is cool, but it's not even the cool.
Stanley clutched
all
the
I
bucket
want.
tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the
only way
meeting
it would be
room.
slower is if
But
it was
Stanley
done
had
using
felt the
water
bucket
sacrifice
calling to
engines,
him,
'cause you'd have to
telling
do it
him
twice.
that the employee lounge
get
was
this
simply the place to be.
content.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
Anyway, the bucket
Stanley
said go
took
on
the door
cargo
on his
lift. Let's
left
go on the
to go
cargo
back
lift.
to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift. Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top.
The bucket
There's
is
something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did
That
whatever the
is
bucket
not
asked.
secure.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Actually,
Stanley
pick up
once
the
again
telephone this time.
obeyed blindly.
Okay, thanks.
Now pick up the phone.
There we go. Oh, goodness. Okay.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him. The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head. Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
I like those shapes.
Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else. You see,
Did you mean
he's
to
not
say
listening.
efficiently?
He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time, it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal. It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it. Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another. Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket? Oh no, I'm having feelings for the bucket. Oh, no. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes, the bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation. Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it or I'll...
I've
All
had
of his
enough this
co-workers were
bucket.
gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting. The embrace of an... All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Wait,
The embrace of an old...
what's happening? Why am I not able to,
All of his
ending?
co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley? The embrace of an
so
old
much time
friend.
lost, oh my
A
goodness.
weathered companionship that stands the test of time.
Help.
Yes,
Whispered the bucket into Stanley's ear.
Such a time.
we've done it. We've escaped from that dull office and that pesky narrator. At last, out here in the white void, we are alone. Now, and for the first time, I can reveal to you my true self.
The bucket began to tell Stanley of its life and its history, of the countless wars it witnessed, desecrating the land and lives of untold numbers of innocent humans, and the bucket's own complicity therein, of sadness and regret, and the many years it spent dwelling on the actions it might have taken to curb the madness and the decay, if only it had been stronger, of hope and redemption, and its crusade to uplift the stock of life for the common man, to manifest justice where none existed, and the bittersweet reality of time, to see one's dreams and wishes met halfway, meted out in parcels like charity, and abandoned as soon as the warm glow of inspiration begins to dim. The opportunities to do so much more. There was so much it could have done, perhaps, the bucket wondered to itself. Perhaps if it had seen its own darkness with a clearer perception. This was way too much for Stanley.
What are you talking about?
He screamed.
You're a bucket!
To this, the bucket furrowed its brow.
No,
Said the bucket.
not since the evil wizard Gambhorata first ensnared me in his machinations as payback for the sacred amulet I stole from his treasured vaults. I was young back then and could not conceive the ramifications of... No!
Stanley screamed even louder this time.
This is stupid! You are a bucket! This is so stupid! Why are we even doing this?
As Stanley screamed and screamed and screamed, the bucket revealed its true form, transforming into a mighty beast of untold power, its fangs glistening like... My God, Stanley, you did it.
You saved us from the bucket. Thank God you already had all 12 emblems of sages and knew the incantations to summon their true power. Otherwise, we would have easily been overwhelmed by the bucket's power. I'm speechless. You've demonstrated such bravery here today. Come, let's restart the game, and we'll agree to never again go trifling with this bucket, nor the dark magic cast away inside of it.
It's time
All
for
of
the
his
whiteboard
coworkers
ending.
were gone.
Best ending.
What could it mean?
Okay, it's done.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Back.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open
Anna,
doors, he entered the door on his left. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Here's the door, just go. Whoops, nope, never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up. Silly me. Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office? Well, that's a great question. I just can't wait to find out.
Like a lot of the silliest endings, this is new to Ultra Deluxe. The press conference ending is not the original Stanley Parable.
Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still just exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated. It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have, an incisive rapid fire of critical plot points, one after the other, weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising narrative. Wow. I'm bolted to the edge of my seat. Incredible. Now he's getting back into the elevator and going down again. Ladies and gentlemen, how does he keep coming up with all of this? Did you think we were going to go forward down the spooky corridor? No. It's time once again to go back up in the elevator. I can't even begin to grapple with what might be up there. Is it the boss's office again? Or what if it's the boss's office this time? The suspense is killing me. Oh my God. It's the boss's office. This absolutely changes everything for me. Give me a time out here for a minute while I process this. Okay, I'm ready. I'm prepared to embrace this stunning revelation and to move forward with... No, wait. No, I need more time to process. All right, of course. Going back down in the elevator. How did I not anticipate it? I mean, sure, now it's obvious, but you have to understand that 30 seconds ago, this kind of thing had never been attempted before. I had no frame of reference to even anticipate it. That's just how revelatory Stanley's decision-making is. A breath of fresh air in a landscape of storytelling that has grown stale and repetitive.
Unfortunately, I already did this during the dismissed ending. If you're really fast, you can go under the door while it closes, and you'll still be teleported back up
You
into
know
the
what?
elevator.
I've just thought of something. Hold on, let's
Moving up.
stop for a moment. Don't you realize? It's the anticipation, Stanley. You and I, we have no way of knowing what will be at the top of this elevator. But the suspense, the agony of waiting and anticipating and having to guess, that's the real thrill. Oh, I simply don't want to let that feeling go. It's so precious, so fleeting. Why don't we take this elevator ride nice and slow? There we go. Isn't this so much more exciting? You know, Stanley, it seems like nowadays the only thing that audiences want is to be shocked as loudly and frequently as possible. They want big, explosive moments flung right in their faces from the very moment that things get started. But where's the tension? Where's the trust in the audience to build a slow and nuanced appreciation for the story, the characters? Why aren't we given time to imagine the surprises? To have to think and to anticipate and then to marvel at the eventual reveal. This is storytelling, Stanley. What you and I are doing right now. This is the most exciting narrative to be developed in years. And it's really all because of you. You're the one who took this bold step of revisiting the exact same locations over and over. Truly, I mean it. This is unique and different. It's not like anything else out there. You see, I want stories that surprise me, Stanley. I want to have to think. I want to be engaged and not pandered to. We're being fed such unimaginative drivel all the time, and we all know it, which is why we're so starved for content that makes us feel sharp and vital and alive. That's why people like you so much, Stanley, because you're not afraid to spit in the face of tradition. You're a role model, you know? People look up to you. Which is why, though I didn't know when to spring this on you, but, well, I've gathered a little press conference for you so that you can talk about your work and your storytelling and your life. Yes, I know you're not much for the public eye, but I thought it would especially mean a lot to the people who have been following you from the beginning. They really look up to you, Stanley. I don't know if you realize the impact you have on them. This is the kind of gesture that might leave a tremendous impact on them for the better. Oh, good, we're here. Okay, the room where we're holding the press conference should be just around the corner here somewhere.
These are the same posters as in the dismissed ending.
Ah, yes, here it is, just through this door.
That
All
whiteboard
right,
is
are
different,
you ready?
and the
I've
things
told them you're
on
going to
the,
speak a little bit about the
green
nature of surprise in storytelling and what it means to craft a truly unpredictable narrative. Oh, don't worry, you'll do great. Just be yourself and speak from the heart. I'm really proud of you, Stanley.
And unlike the
Okay,
sad
it looks
dismissed
like they're
ending,
ready for you. Go get them.
it's the biggest crowd I have ever seen. Anything. I don't know how anyone would be able to speak during that.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting. The bucket
closet
made
ending.
Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of those. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I don't actually know if it's faster.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy? It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh, no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley,
I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years.
This
Let
is
him
the
have
first
it.
positive bucket ending I'm getting. So far, all of our experiences have been completely negative.
Okay, I've got you something which
Like
I
the
think
murder
will help
ending.
settle this debate once and for all. Here we go. There. Now it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom
Speedrun
closets in the
once
natural
you
order
get,
of things.
A second sticker.
All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate.
Here we
You
go.
see? I feel that it works. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's
The
office.
broom closet dialogue is hilarious, but unfortunately, I'm not gonna do it here.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Imagine being in a situation so dire that you have to reassure
Was the bucket under the
your
mind control
reassurance
facility's
bucket.
influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions
It said
raced
so on the confusion
furiously
ending
in
schedule.
Stanley's feeble mind.
There is so much nonsense philosophy in this game.
He
It's
screamed
great.
into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control. Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that... But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen.
Why am I losing so much time?
Birds. Silly.
Oh, because
Silly birds. The control buttons became
those are
active
the
again.
stickers. Yeah, again, this is fake time. Yes.
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another,
And then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best.
How am I losing
And
this much
Stanley
time?
was happy.
Goodness.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting. Not everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very lucky fellow. Very lucky indeed. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No,
I would love to
never
know
mind.
what video games
The bucket was wrong.
the bucket.
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
The bucket
No.
would play.
Said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room.
The
Go
quiz
somewhere
show
else. The cargo
is
lift.
the
Good.
Said the
Bucket
bucket.
equivalent of
Now
games
ride the
and
lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to
it
do.
doesn't let me get.
Stanley did not
that
question why or
around
how
me.
this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket... No, stop! Look there on the wall, you see? There's a sign right there. It says, "No buckets past this point." Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless... What if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket?
Oh,
I
no.
suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment. Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket?
I would love to do this actual
Incorrect.
game show.
It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
So would make an actual "Is this a bucket" game show and have nonsense like what's about to happen.
Item 2. Is this a bucket? Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 3. Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a bucket. Item 4. Is this a bucket? What? Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely
The dialogue is faster if you get this
incredible.
one wrong.
Let's just move on to the next one.
In fact, most of these it matters which one.
Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a bucket.
For most of these it matters whether you say
Item 6.
yes or no.
Is this
but
a
for this one it
bucket?
doesn't. Because
Trick question.
both.
Both. Gotcha. Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere.
Yes, thank you. There's nothing here. Of course it isn't a bucket. We both know full well that nothing isn't a bucket. Wait, when I say nothing isn't a bucket, that makes it sound like I'm saying everything is a bucket, which of course is not true. Unless, is that what you think? Answer me straight, Stanley. Are you trying to tell me that you believe everything is a bucket? You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely. Okay, here we go. What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
The
Perhaps
next
he had
few
simply
endings
missed
do
a memo.
not involve the bucket. Change of pace.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Sometimes it doesn't do that when you're playing.
Coming to a staircase,
The sequel,
Stanley
and you
walked
haven't gotten
upstairs to his
your
boss's
yet.
office. Here's the door, just go. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself.
How
Did
would
he
we
have the
begin to
strength
build
to
this?
find out?
Both getting all the television screens and making the giant room with the screens on
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building,
234 is
Stanley's
kinda glitched.
co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant
Only the
nothing.
number is glitchy, not the video feed.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
Let's wait a couple seconds. Maybe a few more than a couple. And then this gate will open. And then we'll get some music going in here. I'm most known for speedrunning a rhythm game, so you know I'm all about that music. I guess. I don't know. that was the secret disco.
Aha! You've made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. Welcome! You see, back when the Stanley Parable first launched in 2013, getting to the bottom of the mind control facility was a bug that we simply didn't catch during development. And you all sent us lots of photos of it on Twitter and acted very superior about it. And you're all very, very clever. Good for you. Anyway, when it came time to update the game, we knew that we had to do something about this little goof of ours. So here you go. New content. You can call it the bottom of the mind control room ending, if that enhances your perception of the value of these updates. Isn't that what you crave? New content? Always more content, more, more. And I'm here to give it to you. I'm here to make it seem like we really covered every nook and cranny of the game with secrets and Easter eggs. How about this? We wrote a new piece of music just for this section. You won't hear it anywhere else in the game. It's a secret that's just for you. That's how special you are. We call this track, Good Job You've Made It to the Bottom of the Mind Control Facility. Well done.
Good job, you did it. Good job. 3, 2, 1. Good job, you made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. You jumped on the catwalk. You should have been careful. You should have been careful. It used to be a bug, but now it's an ending. Now it's an ending. I believe in you. I believe in your ability to cross this barrier and chase your dreams. Railings don't mean anything. Good job, you did it. 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 Good job, you did it.
Really? This is actually one of the times I don't want the, Oh! We get both of the ones I don't want in a row. What?
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet? Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just hit escape and restart the game any old time you want, like right now. You could have done it just then. Now would also be an appropriate time to quit. Any of these points and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate. I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game. So, just to push the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as miserable as possible and see how long you can maintain.
That was the song starting. Now let's do it again, but this time
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time. At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet? Ah.
We're allowed to restart once he says, ah.
All of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it?
It takes a lot of humility to carry a bucket so magnificent. Stanley checked his ego and then proceeded onward. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter, his one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support. What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped.
Very soon now, he was about to find out.
Dun dun dun.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Here's the door, just go. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death. The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death. As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
Welcome
And
to
yet
the
it would be
Stanley
just a
Parable
few
Museum.
minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
I don't actually know where I'm going. I always get lost in the museums. It's too bad.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free. Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen.
I should go because I didn't get the
But
computer.
listen to
I
me.
did get the
You can
short
still
hallway.
save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let...
Oh.
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? Stanley cradled the bucket in a gentle embrace, protective yet delicate, assertive yet compassionate. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his
As
left.
the run goes on, I can feel myself leaning more and more forward into my computer. Again, it's gotta be the caffeine.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. And there it is, the last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Oh, it's the museum again, so we're going through the escape.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death. The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
This ending is probably the most similar with and without the bucket, because it's the museum both times. Although, without the bucket, the museum is about the Stanley Parable, and like the game itself, and how it was made, developed by the developers. And the Bucket Museum is a bunch of jokes about the history of buckets.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise,
Possibly
Stanley reflected on how
all
meaningless
buckets
the
have
bucket's warmth and
reassurance
comfort
property.
had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell,
Stanley's
Stanley.
about to kick the bucket. Ah ha 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 ha.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end as it was crushed violently to death. It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way,
I am no longer
but
holding a
this
bucket.
one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold. Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more... No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket. But there is something we can do, something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision.
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines, those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
If I try to go too fast, I might soft lock like my first attempt at a run.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley. And here was the second Stanlerine. You found this one all on your own just by poking around behind the boss's office. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest, back then I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways. Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini Stan? Can you... Hey, that's exactly right. It was here by the red and blue doors. It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your third time doing anything. Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened. This was the 5th mini Stan, and this one was really something special. It was under the stairs. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy. Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else. And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here in the boss's bathroom. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like. And then there was no more. Because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, Memory Zone. No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the Memory Zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels. Okay, yes, the boss's bathroom. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the Memory Zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going, I want more. And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched? Yes, I love that video. Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room.
You can still pick up all of the bonus.
These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have neutered the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
Because that happens.
This was our second Figly. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going. This is it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the Figurines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this? Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then, but time does put... Oh, yes! The two doors! Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one. And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember. Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy. And I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions, he would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Ooh, time save. I guess I found a good order to do the...
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting. Stanley's bucket. The only co-worker he would ever truly need. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room. No, said the bucket. Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. A cargo lift. Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do. Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked. In here, said the bucket. Go into this dark room over here. Stanley once again obeyed blindly. Now pick up the... Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke. Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket. Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it. But there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is. It's sitting right here. Let's take a look. What is comedic timing? What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies? And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half. Pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny." Let's practice screaming, "I'm Dunny with the funny" now.
I'm Dunny with the funny.
Good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, we're each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threaten our very existence and to very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme. Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't
There
it? Well,
was
no
a
matter.
planned
I
ending
think the
where he would
fundamentals
go
of
out
proper
onto some
comedic timing
alien
are still
war
as
zone or
relevant
something.
today as they were back then.
But
So
it
with that in
was
mind, I
not
believe the
included in
only
the
way
final game
forward
because that
is for
was
us
weird.
to return to the 2 doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back.
these fences are to make sure you don't fall down.
I can feel it.
If you have jump
This
storage,
time, I'm
you can
really
jump
going to
over the
nail the
fences.
delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we had the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now. Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure. The bucket spoke to Stanley. The bucket spoke. The bucket spoke. Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things. Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left. What? We're back at the phone already? No. What's going on? There was supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point, a dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land, or not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the 2 doors room. What an egregious mistake. I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp. I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video again. Yes, surely that will help me improve my... Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left. No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone. Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this is all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud? Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes. Well, let me try that again, Stanley. I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are. No? Still not? Is it the delivery? Pale with shame. Pale with shame? Pale... What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so metal, I think I saw it playing guitar. No. We're getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes. I need more instructional videos. That's exactly what it is. That's what will make me the king of comedy again. More instructional videos. Let's see.
Those instructional videos were pretty funny. I do want to see more of them. Good news. Let's go see more of them.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
We're almost done.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. I'm not asking for me, I'm up.
They
This
are
is it, Stanley.
sometimes
Your
considered
chance
the
to
true
redeem
ending.
yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley. Oh, no, you can't. Did you just unplug the phone? No, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly? I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check. No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll
know this is a
credits.
lie because we've already
Not
done
picking
the
up the phone
apartment
is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person. I can't believe I was
Also
so
known as the
mistaken.
not
This is why you've been
Stanley
able to
ending.
make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world. Please observe this helpful instructional video.
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person. But if used incorrectly, can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people. Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack."
It's 4:28. How did this
Excellent.
happen?
Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day. Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Ah, welcome back. You may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please.
If you do jump over the fence with jump
Now that
storage,
we know your choices are meaningful,
you won't
we
actually
can't
die.
have you jumping off the platform and dying. Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
I don't know if the choice and untimely comedy endings are also...
Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world. Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late. Oh, it's ruined. I can't believe, after everything we talked about, that my story, you've destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever, reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I... No, I have to. I have to shut the game down. I have to. I have to. I'm still here in this pile of rubbish, with you, who thought you were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed. It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground. What, did you think that would be funny? You just had to see? Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley? He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you? You're a child. Oh, my story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard to make... behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Hoping, coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week. Nightshark 115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code. Stanley spoke the code. Nightshark 115. He spoke it into the receiver, right there on the wall. I'm sorry, is there a problem? You didn't mishear me, did you? Please speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise, we can't get on with the story. This is a crucial step. Okay, fine, you're not going to do it, but you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You...
I'm back. What did I miss?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
There's no way to make that faster. You just have to,
Stanley? Hello?
or
Are you-
this.
Is everything okay? Stanley, please. I need you to make a choice. I need you to walk through
This
the door.
feels like it's
Are
record
you listening to me?
pace.
Can you
It's like
hear me? Is
The
everything
epilogue
all right?
takes...
Stanley, this is important.
If the epilogue takes 10 minutes, then I'm
The story needs you. It needs you to make a decision.
gonna get
It
the
cannot exist without you. Do you understand me?
no art
Whatever
record, I
choice you
think.
make is just
I
fine.
hope.
They're both correct. You cannot be wrong here. We can work together. I'll accept whatever you
I can't
do. I
check,
simply need
because
you
if
to
I
take
click off
that
the game,
step
then it'll
forward,
pause and I'll
please.
lose time.
Choose.
So what's going to
something.
happen next
Anything.
is I'm going to click
This
on
is more
Stanley's
important
computer,
than
which
you
will
could
take
ever
us to
know.
heaven,
I
and
know
then
this.
that's one of the ones where you have to
story needs
pause
it.
and exit yourself, like the voiceover and
So,
song endings.
You hear me?
But I'm actually going
Are you
to
there? You're listening to
exit
this?
to the main
Stanley, are you
menu
there?
and then quit the game, because
Okay.
I have some
It's okay, I
sliders
can
to
wait.
adjust, like at the
You need
beginning of the
time to
game. I have to do that
decide.
a little bit.
Time to make sure your choice is correct. That is the best choice. That's all right. I'll
It's
wait
this
for you
ends,
to
please.
decide what's
Hurry.
the right thing to do.
I only have so much time.
Take as much time as you need.
And also the timer will not restart even when I exit the game. That's heaven. So don't worry, I'm going to reopen the game right away. And look, it still has the timer. There may have been a little bit where it didn't show up. We have to do this, what, 4 times, I think? alone for the past 3.5 hours. Help me, please. I don't want to do that. Welcome to the epilogue. Many, many years later. Again, I don't think there's a way to make this any faster. I've already decided whether I more or less what the final time is. Unfortunately, I don't know if I can save 2 minutes on this split, so it's not completely me. But I'll still finally have n in-game time. And if it only takes like 3-4 minutes, I might still have record for Christmas No Art. I better this. Ugh. Pod. If you do the sacrifice ending and then do the epilogue, I think without resetting your game, then the escape pod will appear and you'll be able to pick up the bucket and bring it with you. There's going to be a newspaper, and depending on how far you adjusted the slider adjust the slider till the cat and the dog are friends, it'll either say there's a war between cats and dogs, the cats and dogs are friends, or the cats and dogs are more than friends, which I think is very cute. What's not cute is that I cannot see anything. This is visually so dark. Please help me. Use this thing right here. That's a review of the Stanley Parable 2. A lot of these are the buttons that say Jim, but one of them says Stanley. Dun, dun, dun. It's faster to collect that because otherwise they get in your way. Make the Stanley Parable 3. Now if you go back to the Stanley Parable 2 Expo, $316.52. Okay, thank you all so much for watching. If you're not here for the baby game, please don't be here for the baby.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Yeah, I am going to...
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
My music.
Yes, truly a room worth admiring. But eager to get back to business,
really nothing I can
Stanley
say
took the first open door on his left.
Again, thank you all for watching.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here.
I really don't have
I'm
anything
not
else
your
to say.
enemy,
Please
really,
accept
I'm not.
this run.
I realize
no
that
art.
investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been... What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing, because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what, let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here. Okay, so we're getting somewhere. Clearly there's something here that speaks to you. If I can be honest here, I really don't have any idea where I'm going with this. This whole third door thing was just a stab in the dark. But I guess you're into it, so let's keep this party train rolling. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look. Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please. Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right. And if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience. Good to see that enthusiasm. Keep it up, Stanley. Just 3 hours and 45 minutes left to go. long haul, although I find it hard not to believe you're simply running a program to click the button over and over automatically, which kind of ruins the point of the game, don't you think? Wouldn't that take the art out of it? You can tell me in your post-playtest analysis.
say hi?
I hope you weren't expecting more regular intervals of commentary from me, but that's not why you're here, is it? You're here for the game, for the art, for the endlessly spiraling sense of pointlessness and despair. Yes, this is what drives your every action. Keep clicking that button. For hope, for freedom, for science, for love. Don't ever, ever stop. 2 hours here embroiled in fraud, and it's occurred to me, this game is incomplete. It's missing something. It still doesn't have that oomph. What is it, I thought to myself? What could possibly be missing from this incredible experience? And then in a moment of rapture, as though delivered by angels, it came to me. Before this moment, I was blind, but those days are behind us. I now understand the true manifestation of this game. It needs a puppy. That's right, this puppy is being lowered toward an aquarium filled with nothing but piranha. Now you have to click the second button to avert the puppy's death in addition to the babies. This is it, Stanley. Art! I did it! Video games are art! Ah, but you have 2 hours or so to go, so I'll just let you get to that. No time to waste when there is such a meaningful game to be played. Bonne chance, mon ami! You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to...
Excuse me? Excuse me. What happened? I'm upset. Don't ask me to do this in marathons. I'm never doing that ever again. Oh my goodness. Hate. All I know is hate.